All right. Hello there. Sorry about that, having technical difficulties this morning. I am Carol, Crafty Grandma, and welcome. Today we are going to finish the Strip Happy Kitchen collection, which is what we started on our last part. And behind me, I have the placemats that we did in part one. And I have cut out the hot pads that we're going to do in part two. What I'm not certain about is the fact that it said that we should have enough strips to do the casserole cover. And we only have 8 strips left, which is what we're going to need, I believe, to do the pot holders. So I'm not certain exactly what math I did incorrectly, but somewhere along the lines I did do something wrong. And I haven't turned on my iron yet. I will be right back. And let me guess, you're all going, why did you need to leave the room to turn on your iron? Well, I have it set up on a smart plug so that it gets turned on by my phone, so I had to go get my phone. While I was there, I realized I had left my water, so I can stay hydrated. Okay, so here we go. There we go, that's better. So these are for our hot pads. They are heat resist. It's what it is it's heat resistant batting. So it's got some stuff in it that makes it so that it's heat resistant. And in our last part, we drew a line down the center of both of these. And we also made a template that allows us to align the strips appropriately. So now, this is how we do it. We line up the template with the center line that we have, and then we take a ruler. Now, on the placemats, we drew a little line with the template first. These are small enough that I'm perfectly happy just drawing the line right away. So we hold down, we draw our alignment guide. And now we have a nice line going at an angle. We take, let's see here. So these are the 4 strips that I have left, and I definitely don't want these 2 fabrics next to each other because they're the same pattern. They're just in different colors. And I really don't want these 2 fabrics next to each other because they're both light. So we're sort of playing a game here. That's light. So light, dark, light, dark. I think that's the only way we're going to be able to do this and make them make it so we don't have the two dark fabrics sitting next to each other, or the two light fabrics sitting next to each other, or the two patterns that are the exact same sitting next to each other. So I think this is going to be the only way we're going to be able to get this set up and styled. And then so now I'm going to take the second pot holder and line up the template. This one's a little more difficult. It wants to fold up more. And we're going to draw our line. So I'm going to put this template over here, out of the way. And now we will switch over to our sewing machine. On my sewing machine, I have my walking foot. It is all set up. I also have this happens to be a universal 70 needle, and I have 60 weight cotton thread. You can go either way with this. I debated on not wasting my 60 weight thread for this, but I figured, what the heck. It's not, I've got enough of it, I can survive. If you want to use 50 weight, you can. It's just, I find that 60 weight is better for me when I'm piecing. It gives me a truer 1/4 of an inch. So I'm setting these strips off to the side here so that I can make sure I keep them in the order I want them in. And then, so this is going to be our first strip. And it's going to be put on here, face up, aligned with the line we drew. And then this strip, no, this is going to be backwards. So I need this one on this side. So this strip is going to be the next one. Had them on the wrong side of the sewing machine. Okay. And I want to try and save as much of the fabric as I can for use later. So I'm going to pull it down and I'm going to leave a long tail here. I can use this later for paper piecing or something along those lines. Then we place this one face down on top of it. And I forgot my back. I never cut out any backing. Well, good golly, let's switch over. So when I was cutting out all of my white fabric for backing, somehow I missed, let's see, there's a casserole cover. There's the beginning. Cut 2 10-inch by 8-inch pot holder backing and batting rectangles. Ah, they spelled it wrong. They did backing and backing rectangles. And I wasn't reading. So I actually read batting both times. Alright, so we need to cut out two 8 by 10 rectangles out of white fabric. Is that 8 inches wide by any minor miracle? Let's find out. I don't think so. Oh, so close, but no. Is this 8 inches wide? It is. Excellent. So now let's get the iron and press this. I have one of those irons where if it's sitting up, it cools down so that you don't have a problem. I apologize, I'm having a bad hair day today. My bangs just seem to want to get in my way. I don't know what's going on. I've had a heck of a day. I just cannot seem to get organized here. So hopefully things will get better. All right, there we go. Let's get this ironed up so that we have a straight fabric. So I'm squaring it up, or I'm making sure the grain is straight by putting the torn ends of the fabric together and matching them up. Rotary cutter. There we go. That would be helpful. So we're going to trim off the torn edge, square up at the bottom, cut off that torn edge. And this ruler's not going to work because I need it to be 8 inches wide. I'm just going to use this one. Turn the fabric around. Line up on the 8-inch mark. Make sure that you're even, or you're lined up on the fold at the top and lined up along the edge. That way you get a nice square cut. All right, 8 inches wide. Beautiful. Now we need 10 inches long. And I, this time, am going to cut off my salvage. Okay, so now we have two 8-inch by 10-inch squares that we can use for backing. Let's go back to the sewing machine. Here's the backing. Goes under there. Excellent. Now let's get this lined back up. I am leaving a standard stitch length, even though normally when I piece I drop my stitch length. I'm going to leave it where it is right now and not worry about it. And I'm not going to use any feeder fabric because I'm starting off the fabric anyway. Okay, there's one strip. Backing. Batting. Strip 1. Oop, that's supposed to be right side up. I almost did that backwards. Strip number 2. So as I explained in part number 1, the directions do say that you can take this and finger press it open. I don't like finger pressing. I prefer using a hot iron to press something open. It gives a better seam in my opinion. So yes, it does say in the directions, feel free to finger press, and if you want to do that, go ahead. I don't like that. I prefer to do an actual press. go. Now we go back to the sewing machine. And we're going to put the next strip on. And now, since the last strip is going to be over here and not affected by this from when I press it, I am going to turn this around and add this last strip right now. One. So now we have 4 strips joined on these sections. I'm going to press them open, and then we're going to see if they're wide enough to make the pot holders. One. We have 2. let's get these big rulers out of the way because we don't need them. Hopefully I'm done cutting. Probably not, we'll find out. There we go. And we need template paper. I don't know if we're going to need a brand new sheet or if we can use one of these. I think we're going to need a brand new sheet. So this is clear template paper. Keep it moving so you can see it, but then it's noisy. If you prefer this one, you could literally cut out the template from the piece of paper. I am not going to do that because I like to be able to see where the what's the word I'm looking for? Oh, where the placement of the strips. And you can do that you can't do that, you can't see through paper, but you can see through this plastic template stuff. Here we go. What color am I going to use now? I'm going to stick with the turquoise. Okay, and then I folded the paper in half because I wanted to be able to draw in. See, I need the ruler again. Always need this ruler. I should just like attach it to my body. I'm going to draw a line down the center. That's why I folded it. And then I am going to take my alignment template place it under there. And so now I have a template for the pot holder. It's oval shaped just like the placemats are. And this line here I'm going to line up with the stitch line for the pot holder. And I may end up not using that because I'm not 100% certain that 4 strips is enough to cut out or to make the pot holder. And if I may have to move things around a little bit. But at least I know the direction that the line should be going in, so I ensure that it doesn't get off kilter. pot holder back. Make sure everything's lined up. And let's look. Let's see here. Nope, 4 strips is not enough. I'm good over on that side, but I don't have enough fabric over here. So what to do, what to do, what to do, what to do. I have strips. Oh, nope, that's the same. That's the second pot holder. But I do have strips from the placemats that I could use. There's an idea. Alright, so I need one on either side, and I have that fabric twice. So let's get out our under here. And now I'm very happy that I didn't stitch this all the way down, or drop my stitch length, because I need this fabric. I'm looking and seeing if there's anything else that's a better color choice, but I think this is just fine. Even though it's a light, oh, it's got a white background to it, I think it will do just fine and dandy. There's that one, and then is there going to be enough of this one? Here we go. So I thought it was strange when I went over to get in to sew earlier. I realized that I hadn't thrown any of these away, and I just had thrown them in my chair and left them there. Turns out it was a good thing. So make sure that you get all of the thread out of here. You don't want the thread all getting caught up. Back to the sewing machine. Alright, so I'm going to stitch on the same side where I had stitched before. Back we go to press. Seems kind of dark outside today. Back to here. We have a pot holder laid out there. Let's see. I line up my stitch line. Line it up there. Now we have fabric all the way around. But we don't have batting on that side, so that's not going to work. There we go. Just making sure that that line stays consistent with the seam. There we go. And just like before, I am going to use a Sharpie to draw the circle or oval. I don't have an issue with that because we're going to put binding around it anyway. One. Probably going to run into the same situation here. Yeah, too far over. So. Templates. No, I'm going to use these. So I'm going to use my paper scissors to cut this. Those of you that have been quilting for a while are going to know that you always have separate scissors for paper and fabric. That's because cutting on paper dulls your scissors faster than cutting out fabric. So that's why you always have separate fabric and paper scissors. This batting has some yuck stuff in it that makes it for a pothole so that it's heat resistant, and I'd rather not dull up my fabric scissors cutting through it. So I always use my paper scissors to cut through heat resistant batting. Remember, I'm trying to save some of this fabric for later, so for future uses or paper piecing or whatever. right, so now we have our pot holders. And we are completely out of strips. And we need strips to make the next project, which is the casserole cover. Well, let's bring back the math and see and talk about that. I know we talked about it in part 1, and you're probably going, I don't want to think about math, but it's just really bothering me. The instructions say that you need 6 coordinating fat quarters. Then you need binding fabric and backing fabric. It does not say anywhere that you need anything more than that. And it says that the placemat, the casserole cover, and the pot holders will be covered by those 6 fat quarters. So here we go. A fat quarter is 18 inches by 22 inches wide. Oops, I forgot that I put that on there. Just did that this morning. Wasn't there yesterday. 18 by 22 inches. They want you to cut all of the fat quarters, all 6 of them, into 2.5 inch by 18 inch strips. So they're already 18 inches wide. So you're going to be cutting the 22 inch section. So you take 2.5 inches and divide it into 22 inches to determine how many strips you're going to get. You're going to get 8.8 strips per fat quarter. Well, the 0.8 we're not going to be able to use, so the 8 is what we're going to be using. Each fat quarter makes 8 2.5 inch by 18 inch strips. Since it calls for 6 fat quarters, you get 48 2.5 inch by 18 inch strips. That's what I started with. Unless I didn't. Unless I didn't. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's 40. And 4. Now, yes, I started with 48. So I just do not understand why I don't have enough to make the casserole cover. It eludes me. I just don't understand at all. And as you can tell, it's really got me fired up. All right, so now I need to figure out how many more strips I need. That out of the way. So this is our casserole cover. It is 32? Yes, 32 inches wide. And if I take 32 and divide it by 2.5, it says I'm going to need 13 strips for each piece of the casserole cover. So let's look here and see what we have color-wise. I wonder how many of these we have. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. And polka dots. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that's 12. And since we need 12.8, no. So yeah, I'm going to not use the strawberries. I'm going to try and just use the polka dots and the plaid. Oh, and now we're going to have to find fabric to use as binding, because I was originally going to use this stuff as binding and can't do that because I'm not going to have enough of it left. I'll have to decide what color I want for the binding. Oh. We'll worry about that in a minute. Back to cutting strips. And we're going to need our longer ruler that has 18 inches on it. Rotary cutter. Woo! I thought I heard a cat doing something they weren't supposed to be doing. Guess I was wrong. And now remember, these strips don't have to be absolutely square because the edges are never going to be seen. We're going to be cutting every piece, every strip will be cut off at some point. So we just need to make them reasonably straight. Let's put the big ruler away. And now we have plaid, and polka dots. And we'll have to figure out how to place them. Let's go this way. I'm going to take these down. Set them off to the side. Now we're going to design. Let's do this one. That. And, oh. That. Nope, that's not what I wanted. There we go. So we have the plaids, and we've got 6 of each. So they're going to go dots, plaid, dot, plaid, dot, plaid. It's a matter of which colors go well next to each other that I have to figure out. Definitely don't want the green one next to the green. That I know. So that one's going to go away. And the green is dark because it's solid. So let's use something. Yeah, let's try the blue. And then the red. Off. Can't do this one. No, that's not going to work. Let's try the green. No, I don't want plaid, I want dots. Can't use that. I'm going to have to use this one, I guess. Not crazy about the red and the blue being that close together because it's kind of looking all patriotic-ish. And I say that and then no, not this one, this one. And now that. And this. This side. There. And I don't think I like that the way it is. That has to go there. It's not terrible. Let me step back and look at it. Maybe that'll make me feel better. I'm thinking not, though. But I don't see any real options other than this. Because every time in my head I move something, something else has to move. So I think we're going to just stick with this. All right, so let's see here. So we go here. And the more I think about this, I don't need the line to go all the way down. As long as I've got a reasonable amount of space to line it up, we're good. One, two, three, four, five, six. So these are the two strips we need first. And we need the backing. And we need to go to the sewing machine. One batting, or backing, strips go over here out of my way while I prep. Backing, batting. All lined up. Strip one. Remember, the first strip is always face up. All the rest of them are face down. Hey, this matches my shirt. I hadn't even noticed that. I'll just keep moving those around all morning, all day, whatever. Oh, and I did purposely put the white on that side. That way, if I need to, I can move it to the other side. It won't be too much of a problem either way, because I'm not certain exactly where the center is on this, and I'm hoping that I've picked it correctly, but we'll find out as we go. Look at something before we go too much further. Where is the casserole cover? There it is. There's part of it. Casserole cover. Trim each layered unit to 10 inches wide by 28 inches long. So they were cut to 14 by 32. We're going to be getting rid of 4 inches total. So 2 inches on the top and bottom, 2 inches, yeah, 2 inches on either side, because you don't want to, you always want to cut the same amount on either side. But yeah, we're going to have plenty of extra. Let's see. Seriously? That's not right. There we go. You know what? I am going to grab the polka dots on the other side because they don't interfere with each other. And I can just turn this around and do the second strip and do 2 strips at a time instead of 1. polka dot side gets the plaid. Ooh, polka dot fabric fell. Go. And we press. Go. And I'll take the fabric down. pressing. Something beeped. I just don't know what. All the cameras are still working, the tablet's still working. Everything's recording, so I guess we're good. Let's check the microphone. Microphone didn't make noise, did it? No, it's still functioning. I don't know. All right, you can't see me. There's me. Let's do this. Yep, there I am. Hi there. And there we go. It must have been that camera that beeped. We're getting there. We're moving right along. That one. I must be hearing things because I thought I heard a train horn. It might be a semi. last 2 strips. Yay. Oh, one of them fell. Let's get these over here. And press. Can't stop thinking about what I'm going to use as the binding now. I've got some green strips. That's what I'll use. That's what I'll use. It's a different green though. We'll have to see if it contrasts or if it goes with it. Because it's more of a yellow green. Well, it might go along with this green. I'm not certain. I think I'm going to need some more strips cut, but let's look at the green. There it is. All right, there you go. How does that green go? I think I've used one of these strips. And then now let's get it up close. Let's see. I think that'll work. I was afraid that they'd be too different, but I think they're similar enough that they should work just fine. So now we have binding now. That's good. Don't have to think about that. But I am thinking we're going to need a couple more, or we might need to break out those strawberries. This one's hard to tell the right side and the wrong side. Just little white dots. So here we are. We've used all the strips that I thought I was going to need. And we still have batting and backing showing on this section. And we're going to be trimming off 2 inches. So I am going to need one more strip here. And I have lots and lots of space over here. And we're going to be trimming off 2 inches. And if I use just one strip, it's only going to come out to about here, which would leave us, so it looks like this actually needs 2 strips. But I'm thinking I can do the same thing here that I did on the pot holders. Let's pull out our scrap. Oh, wait a minute. Actually, even better. These are the folded pieces from all of these strips. That'll work. That'll give me enough there. All right, now let's see here. Take you and put you over here, because I need to cut these. Into 18-inch strips. don't know. I'm fine. I've got these strips. That'll all work. The green cannot go there, so I can put the blue there. And then, so the green has to go over on that side. And then the red on that side, and there we go. All figured out. I'm going to put this one on first. You go over here. So, there we go. That'll work. This one goes on the white. know what I've been doing differently, but it's not getting as hot in here as it used to. It's just odd. So when I first started doing these videos, it would get up to like 84 degrees in here. It's only 76. And trust me, it's not any cooler outside. 92. So I'm not certain what's different, but something is. Almost forgot to press one side. One of these years I will remember to turn the volume off my watch. It's the last thing I think of because it doesn't make noise very often, only when the phone rings. So I just don't think about it. Okay, so now let's see. I don't remember which side I had which on. The green goes on this side. Green goes on this side. all these extra strips out of the way. And now it wants me to trim it down to, what did I say? 10 by 28. Fold it in half. Sorry, saved, split screens. That one. Yes, that's a good one. So I am folding these in half because again, I don't have a ruler big enough to do 28 inches at one time. So I'm folding everything in half. And I'm going to cut off that side, so I had it set in correctly. Keeping these extra strippy things off to the side, that way I can save as much fabric as possible. This ruler is 14 inches long. So it is exactly the width I want. Let me move, can I move that? I can't. Can I do it here? Hold on. Edit. Move that. Okay. Move down. There we go. I guess you really don't even need to see me. You just need to see the fabric. So let's get rid of me. There we go. 14 inches from the fold in will give me 28 inches in length. And I need it to be 28 inches in length. And I was right, it does need to go the other direction. I'm not losing my mind. Well, I am today. I'm having a heck of a day. But, all right. So we've got the end of the ruler over here. We've got our second ruler, which is longer, here. And we butt them up together. Move that out of the way. And cut. Now you're probably wondering why I folded it over. I want to make sure I get the same amount of inches off of both sides. Symmetry makes me happy. And if I were to cut on one side and just cut off one side, they would not be symmetrical to each other. Okay, and now that I've done that, I need it to be 10 inches wide. So I am going to do the same thing, and you're probably going, well, why bother? Why not just cut it? Because again, I want it to be symmetrical. Actually, I'm going to run into a problem. My mat's too narrow. Well, then we do what we have to do. Come here. There we go. Rulers out of the way. The extra stuff out of the way. Woo. Now I can cut the whole thing. And I'm making sure my corners, make sure, let's see, you can't see any of that, okay. So I'm folding it over and making sure the batting matches up. Make sure it matches on both sides. Woo! Camera go down. my big ruler is 6 inches wide, which you can't see. Shift that way. 6 inches wide, and I need this to be 5 inches wide. My ruler's not long enough, so I'm going to do it in stages. Lining up the bottom even, and I'm lining up the 5-inch mark up the side. Wow, that's really... Oh, it just looks that way because of all the extra fabric. And now I'm lining up on the top and along the side and trying to make sure that I've got it even with where I was cutting before. Multiple spots to take care of when you do it this way. Now see, 2 inches of batting on either side. Oh, missed some. Missed a little piece. Come on. There we go. Let's do that a second time. Folding. 2 ruler method. And we're backwards again. Did you get zoomed in somehow? Let's see. No, you're 100%. Well, maybe you were zoomed in. There we go. Okay, so we've got the fold on this side. We have our 14-inch ruler. We butt up. And we cut. No, it's at the butt of the joint. That's why I had problems. There we go. So now we have the 2 pieces that make up our casserole cover. and we need to bind them. And we need to bind our placemats and our pot holders. But I'm going to bind the casserole cover first, because if for some reason I run out of time today, I want to make sure you know how to put the casserole cover together. And the binding on the pot holders and the placemats is going to be exactly the same as we're going to do for the binding here. So 28, come on calculator, here we go. 28 plus 28 plus 10 plus 10 equals 76 inches. And then we need to add on, well, and these are 42 inches long-ish. Let's find out how long they actually are. If I get rid of the salvage, we are at 21, so they're 42 inches long. I think that's what I said. Yay. So 76, come on, divided by 42 is 1.8 strips. So I need two strip sets of 2. Yeah. Because of the fact that these are a solid color, there's no obvious right side and wrong side to them, I have to press them to start with, and then sew them together, and then press them again. If I was using a fabric that had a right side and a wrong side, I wouldn't have to do that. But because there is no obvious right side and wrong side, I do. If I didn't do that, what would happen is I would get over to the sewing machine and be joining these together, and I could do it incorrectly. You know what? Before I do this, I'm going to cut these. These are currently 2.5 inches about, and I want them to be 2 1/4. I have actually come to love a 2 1/4 inch binding strip. I thought that I wanted, because I always used 2.5 inches, but I have found that I really like the 2 1/4 better. So let's trim these down to 2 1/4 inches. Oops. See, that's why I don't like using long rulers. Things shift. Between the length and the number of layers I'm going through, I'm having issues. So let's change this up and just do one strip at a time. You know what? This is more trouble than it's worth. I'm sticking with the 2.5 today. It's just making a mess. That's all we're doing. Yep, there. I did not cut off the salvages. I did nothing to the fabric, the jelly roll at all at this point, because it just wasn't going to work for me to try and cut it to 2 1/4. Two more to go. Voila! Binding strips pressed. Now let's go over here and make them longer. I have strip A, and I have strip B. And like I said, had we had fabric that had a right side and a wrong side, we wouldn't have had to do the pressing. But we need to make sure that we match up the right side to the right side. So we open up our fabric, and we take the right side here, and we put the right sides together. We form a V. And we are now going to attach these two pieces of fabric by sewing down here. This makes a V. This is a big V. If you sew from the inside of the V to the outside of the V, this will not work. So make sure you sew across the V. And you see I didn't cut off my salvages or anything like that. I'm just leaving them off to the side so we can cut them off. And if you would like, you can draw a line from point to follow. And that's one set. Second set. Okay, so now we need to trim this off. And I always used to just use a pair of scissors and cut it off. Recently, I've been using my ruler and actually measuring the 1/4 inch from the seam in and using my rotary cutter. I was finding that when I was just using the scissors and cutting the 1/4 inch that way, sometimes I would get like a little 1/8 inch instead of a full 1/4 inch. So now we're going to do something that's different from normal quilting. We are going to press the seam open. Now if you're a garment sewer, that's what you're used to doing, is pressing it open like this. We want to put we don't want a ton of fabric in one spot. So we want to make sure that we have enough, so that we separate the fabrics and leave things so there's not this big bulk of fabric underneath. So I press the seam open. And then I fold my fabric in half again. Press it all down. And so now you see sorry, too far back. The bulk of the fabric has been moved. It's not all in one spot. If we had sewn a straight seam right down the middle, then all of this extra fabric from our seam would be in one spot, and this would be really, really thick because it would have all those layers of fabric in there. This way, we've spread out the layers of fabric, and the bulk is not in one spot. And we do have ears we need to cut off, because we don't need them hanging around. And that's one set. And then we'll do the second set. Oh, I forgot to bring y'all with me. Oops. Hold on. There you are. And so I've pressed the seam open, and now I'm just repressing the binding in half. And if you want to, you can buy binding, pre-made binding. I like to have fabric match. So I typically like to have from the fabric set I'm using. In this case, I'm using something different anyway because there wasn't enough to use from this set, but hey. That out of the way. And now we are going to bind. First thing I want to show you is this is all that's left of one of those strips. So I probably didn't even need to put that one on, because that's going to get covered up in the binding here. So to do binding, you do not want to start on a corner. You want to start somewhere in the middle-ish. You want to leave a nice long tail so that you can join it together with the other piece, and when we're done, you want to do the stitch forward and back thing to seal the seam in, or the stitch in. Corner. So we're going to stitch to within 1/4 of an inch of the edge. I know where that is on my foot because I've got a big red line here. So I just have to make sure that I stitch slowly till I get there. Gather up my binding that wants to keep falling on the floor and get away from me. And we turn the whole project and stitch off the edge. If you don't have a stiletto, don't run out and buy one. It's not a big deal. Just get yourself a chopstick. It'll work just as well. And you want the fabric to go underneath, and you want your stick to stay totally straight. Put it back underneath at your 1/4 of an inch mark and start stitching again. Alright, so we're at a corner again. So we need to go to the 1/4 of an inch from the edge. Turn the whole project. Stitch off the edge. Take our stick. Fabric goes over the top. And with the straight stick, line it up, put it back underneath. And I usually stitch a few stitches and then line everything up so I get everything so the corner gets closed in. Here's that little itty bitty piece of fabric that I talked about earlier. Again, stick underneath, fold it over so it's even with the edge of the project, turn, and stitch. No, I've done that before. We're not done yet. I almost cut the fabric, or cut the thread, like I was done. I'm not. I don't know why on the last corner I do that. I do it quite frequently, actually. So we want to make sure we leave ourselves enough space to manipulate the two edges. all of my scissors are over on the other area. Don't know why they're all over there, but they were. So now what I need is a 2.5 inch overlap. Because I'm using a 2.5 inch width of binding, I need the fabric to overlap each other by 2.5 inches. And let's see, so I'm going to trim off here. And then I'm going to measure 2.5 inches from that edge in. It's not from where my seam was or my seam over here. It's 2.5 inches of overlap. So all I did was trim off the salvage from there. And now I need 2.5 inches from that edge to overlap. So now the top piece I'm going to cut at 2.5 inches. So the two pieces overlap by the width of the binding. When I used 2.25 inch binding, then the distance there would have been 2.25 inches. And this, in my opinion, is now going to be the most annoying part of binding. Used to be that I didn't like corners. I got the hang of the corners. Now it's doing this. So I need the fabric to go together, or the binding to go together in a V, just like it did before. So right sides together. And I didn't leave very much space here for this tail. This tail I did great. Left lots of room. This side, not so much. So I've got to fight with it. If you leave enough tail, you don't have as much of a fight. Because see, it's trying to stay folded because it's sewn together there. And again, the V shape from side to side, not from the inside of the V to the outside of the V. Now, I'm not going to mess with going over to the cutting board and all that. I'm going to just trim it down to about 1/4 inch. And then finger press the seam open, which you will very rarely hear me say, but when I'm doing binding, I always just finger press. At this point. And see, this is where I only did like 1/8 inch. That's why I don't like cutting with scissors, because I always do it too small. And then it's hard to manipulate the fabric to press it open. Come on, there we go. All right, that's as good as we're going to get, I think. Now we lay it down. Wonderful. Now we're going to roll it over. And we're going to stitch it. I am going to use clips for this. I just find it works better for me. I have found a new trick where if you press it after it's on, it tends to lay better also. This is a small enough project that I'm going to keep my fingers crossed. That all works out in the end. So on the corner, I always do one side and then the other side, and then the corner. That, and then this corner is going to lay. So you've got a little seam there, or thing there. And everything everywhere is going to tell you that this portion of the activity should be done by hand. I don't have the patience for it, so I do it by machine. It does look cleaner and prettier if you do it by hand. I agree wholeheartedly with that statement. I just do not enjoy hand sewing. I am having trouble with this. It does not want to lay very well. I have a feeling we're not going to get all of the fabric in the stitch. I guess it's a good thing I used a 2.5 inch binding, because I am having a heck of a time getting this to roll correctly. You know what? I am going to press this. Let's go over this way. I can't press with the clips on because the clips are made of plastic, and heat and plastic, not good. Let's go. go. Let's see if I can get it to roll over correctly this time. So here, let me see if I can show you. So it needs, this is the seam. Too far. This is the seam, or the stitch line, for where the binding was joined to the quilt. This binding has to go over that seam line. And I was having difficulties with it doing that. Ah, that's what's going on. Here, I've got more than 1/4 inch in my seam. That's almost a full 1/2 inch. So there's, let's get it around here. There we go. Come on. So here's the seam I'm talking about. So from the stitched edge, or stitched line to the edge of the fabric. That's supposed to be 1/4 inch, which is where that yellow line is on the ruler. And you can see it's almost all the way up to the second line, which is a 1/2 inch. So I don't know what I was doing. Wasn't paying attention, apparently. But that explains why I couldn't get the binding to go over. So here, let's try this now. That's still not. So the correct thing to do would be to take out the seam and with your seam ripper and restitch it. This is reality. I'm not gonna mess with it. And that's the same problem. This whole side, I don't know what was going on with my brain. Now it's too small. Oh well. Let's see here. I was obviously thinking about something else and not my stitch seam width. Back to the machine we go. Focus in. Come on. There we go. So I have the tail here from when I cut or stopped stitching. I have it over there. And I did miss one spot. So right there. It's open. So I have to go back and restitch that. I am going to put a pin there to hold it, and then turn it over. Put in a couple other pins. Because obviously I can't leave that one in while I'm stitching. I would stitch over it. But I want to make sure that that fabric stays where I want it to. Oh, better. And now it is sealed. So one half is done. Now we have to do the other half. Everything we just did, we're going to do a second time. And this time I'm going to make sure I leave myself a longer tail. And this one has a little bit more of the red, but it's still going to get all covered up in the binding. And I don't think we'll see any of it. I did not want to do that. I said that on the last one. It doesn't hurt anything when I do that, but that's not what I'm supposed to do. I'm supposed to keep sewing. That's not what I'm supposed to be doing. This is wrong. Seam ripper. I forgot to measure my 2.5 inches. Okay. So this goes here. Trim this off at the selvage. Overlap. Measure 2.5 inches. Where did I cut? Well, that didn't work out so well for me, did it? There we go. Press open as best you can. Come on, there we go. Come on, you silly fabric. Lost a clip. Where'd you go? There you are. Oh, miracle of all miracles. We do have some of the red. A little bit. Can you see it? A little bit of the red. back and fix that section. It looks a little fat. I could be wrong. It's just not looking good to me.
Alright, let's see if we messed up anywhere. Ooh, almost messed up, not quite. And nope, looks like there's two places where it almost messed up, almost didn't make it. Now, so right here, very little bit. I'm not going to worry about it. That's going to stay pretty well. And then over here, just went on the edge of the fabric. So we're good. Trim off our tails. Okay. Now we are going to move on to turning this into, instead of two pieces of quilting, we're going to turn it into a casserole cover. Fold each bound rectangle in half to find the center. All right. Does it matter? So we're doing it to find the center of both pieces so we can match them up. that's the center of that one. There's the center of that one. Now, how am I going to match these centers up? Okay, there we go. Let's see, let's say I take this pin and put it in the same hole as that pin. Take that one out. And now we have them centered on top of each other. Ha-ha! And it says to, it wants it to be this way. All right. Sew 3 sides. Double stitch. I am not going to change out my machine, but if you have a double needle, this would be a place you could use it. And that way you would have your double stitches. I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to stitch twice. Stiletto out of the way. And now I'm going to stitch 1/4 of an inch from the binding. Now I know how I messed up before. Probably was at a 1/2 inch seam just there. This is tough. Might have been a good idea to have drawn a line. Now, instead of cutting and going back, I'm actually going to stitch back the other way. So 1, 2, 3. That should be right. Hey, that's right. And now I'm going to use, since my presser foot has a 1/4 inch on that side, I'm going to use a 1/4 inch seam again and stitch a second time. Here's what mine ended up looking like. I did the turn up top, went back down, so it's literally boxed all the way around. This would be somewhere if you wanted to. You could use a decorative thread, have some fun with it. Just remember, you probably should use cotton thread because you're going to have potentially something hot in here, and you don't want to take a chance that something happens to it. The chances are very slim that anything bad would happen, but just in case. Okay, here's my other thread. Next step. Insert the 9" by 9" squares, heavyweight interfacing, or the cardboard. Where's my cardboard? Well, that's a problem. I made my stitches too big, apparently. Nope. All right. How far off are we? Oh, that's quite a bit. Half an inch. I am not going to use my good rotary cutter. I'm going to be using that. Can we center? Can we focus in? Come on. Focus. There we go. Let's go out here. Oh, you silly camera. There we go. So I'm going to trim off a ½ inch on each, or on two sides. Because this, we don't care about symmetry. It's just a piece of cardboard. So I cut this to 9" by 9", which means I'm now cutting it down to 8½ by 8½. There we go. Bring this back. Try again. Oh, it's still a hair too small or too big. So let's take off another ¼ inch. So now it's going to be 8¼ inches square. Poor blade is cut through a bunch of stuff it's not typically designed for. All right. Here we go. We're back. Good golly gee willikers, I'm a popular person today. There we go. Probably could have kept it longer, but okay. And then it says, cut the hook and loop tape into 4 9" strips. Well, how long was it supposed to? Oh, well, I guess it doesn't really matter. 9" strips. Do I have enough to do 4 9" strips? That's going to be a question here. I don't think I do. I have 17 inches. We're going to get 4 4-inch strips. That's all we're doing. And I am going to keep these little pieces because you never know when you want to close, have a bag closure. Pin a hook strip close to the bound edge of the wrong side of one rectangle. So there's going to be a casserole dish sitting here. And you want to be able to close that to that. And it's saying a hook side. Now these happen to be sticky. So I'm going to use the sticky. And put it right there. And then it says to put the loop strip, which is, I think this, 3 inches from the bound edge on the right side of the opposite end of the same rectangle. There's my ruler. All right, so what I'm doing is I'm making sure that everything's even. Here's my loop. Come on. There we go. Thought I had it. And now it says 3 inches from the bound edge. So I've got the 3-inch guide here, or my guide on 3 inches. And I'm putting this down. Got it lined up on the hook. That's there. So it's all lined up. Okay. Before stitching in place a casserole dish in the center and bring ends over to be sure the loop strip is positioned correctly for your dish. So I'm not making this for any specific dish, so I'm going to go with it. So now this one goes to there. And then the casserole dish fits inside. And apparently, I don't know why I needed 4 9-inch strips. I don't know where the others. Repeat step 11 on the remaining rectangle. Because they were supposed to be 9 inches long, which is the whole, which would have been the whole thing. I feel that 4 is enough, so I'm going with that. But then you should have one more on this side. Same thing. But I don't need 4 of them. I only need 2. I don't know. It's not very clear. Repeat steps 11 on the remaining rectangle. So I'm only doing it one more time. I don't need 4 of them. I only need 2. Line it up. There we go. I am going to put these in here and save them for another day. And now, just like I have this rotary cutter that I'm using for all the funky fabrics and stuff I'm using, keep in mind that once you stitch this Velcro in place, because right now we've just got it stuck on there and it's not going to stay. In fact, when I did this one and joined them together, they wanted to separate from the fabric, so they're not there. They're not on the fabric permanently yet. So after you, in order to do that, you need to stitch the Velcro in place. Once you do that, your needle is no longer going to be any good. This has really sticky stuff on it. And if you use your needle to sew it in place, which is what you need to do, the needle will get all sorts of gunk on it, and it'll be sticky, and it's not going to be usable for anything else. So I am not going to stitch these on right now. I am going to do this later because we're looking at running short on time, and I want to show you how to bind the one of the placemats. But stitching it, very easy to do. You know how to do a straight stitch. It's no problem at all. Just make sure you realize it's the very last step you need to do, because otherwise you're going to get gunk on your needle and it's not going to be fun. All right. So we have hot pads. We have 2 of them. They're all nice and stitched. Everything's pretty. And then we have our 4 placemats. Oh, pencil fell. I will step on that later, so I need to pick it up now. And so we have our placemats, which are just the same as the hot pads, but bigger. I am going to take a strip of my binding, and then we're going to create binding. So we're over here, we're pressing, just like we do all the time. And just like we do all the time, we have to let the iron warm up. That means it's time for some water. Machine. So just like we had on the casserole cover, you want to leave a long tail, but the difference here is we've got curves. So instead of having a straight edge to stitch on, we've got this curve to go, we've got these curves to go around. So you want to take it real slow, and you want to keep the edges of the fabric as best you can. Now you are going to get bubbles here. That's good. That's because it's good because when we fold them over, they'll straighten themselves out. So you really want to take your time. And the placemats are even more challenging because they're bigger. But now my fabric's getting all wrinkled under here. We don't want the fabric to wrinkle because we don't want to sew in any wrinkles. We want it to bunch up over here, but not where we're sewing. Really? Doesn't that just figure? Last time I filled a bobbin, I don't think I mentioned on camera, my machine is set up to be able to wind the bobbin from the needle. That's not going to work. Not all machines are. There's these two metal pieces on my machine are specifically so that the thread flows evenly over them to get up here. If you've got rough edges here, it's just going to fray your thread, so you don't want to do that. And when it comes to winding your bobbin, never, ever, 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 ever wind it at full speed. Always lower it. The full speed is too fast. When I worked for the sewing machine company, I had many times where ladies came in with their bobbin stuck onto the winder because they did it at full speed and it warped the bobbin. So it's not a race. Don't worry. Don't be in too big of a hurry. Just let it wind. Back to taking our time. Oops, pulled it too far away. There we go. Hey, a little bit of straight stitch here, or straight line here. Okay. And again, we still have to do the same steps because we need to get a 2.5 inch overlap. Cut off the selvage. But now the 2.5 inches is going to be rounded a little bit. So, I mean, it's not vital that you round it, but it's in order to make sure you're getting the right 2.5 inches, you really should. So there's my 2.5. So this top one needs to be cut there. Same situations as before. You gotta get everything out of the way and still get it. I am going to try and do some pinning here. One little pin. See if that'll help me at all. Doesn't look like it's going to, but hey, it was worth a try. Make sure everything is out of the way and your fabric is as flat as you possibly can get it. Now we sew some more. Just like before, slow and steady. Make sure you keep the edge of the fabric and the edge of the binding together. And it looks like I stitched it too long. Yes, I did. Let's see here. All right, so I have more binding than I have quilt. Let's see if I can get that. Let's see how terrible that ends up looking. It's not too bad. I feel like I went around that 2 or 3 times. do our stitching. Again, everything I have ever read at this point says to do this by hand, not on the machine. I don't listen. Let's see, did we get them all? We did, all the way around. There we go. Yippee! So here we have our hot pad. Everything's done on the back. Let's do this. Yeah, there we go. Trim up my thread. And as you can see, this is why everybody says to hand stitch. You've got the little gap here. And if you had hand stitched your binding to the back, you wouldn't have that. It would look cleaner. And I agree wholeheartedly that it would look cleaner. It's just not something I'm going to do. But here's our hot pad. Oh, we've got thread on it. There it is. Missed a thread. And just like we did with this, that's how you're going to do the binding for the 4 placemats and the remaining hot pad. So that took me about 8 hours to do all of these. There were additional stopping and starting points because of different things that I was finding that I wasn't liking. It took an entire jelly roll, plus backing fabric, plus binding fabric. So again, I'm not comfortable with why it says that it needs 6 fat quarters, and I ended up using twice that. Don't know. Next project is for Labor Day. It is a patriotic wall hanging.
red, white, and blue and gold. Some applique, some quilting, a little bit of this, a little bit of that. That'll be next week. And you all have a wonderful rest of the day, and we'll see you again next time. Thanks.